I'm going through changes in my life.
Here I come to save the day.
Who is it? Who did it? Hi, Sashi. Oh. 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 Oh, I gotta fix that too. Oh, beans and toast. How you doing, Sashi? Umabashi. Welcome in to this pity party. Okay. Good. Oh.
Badly.
Carlos. Oh, welcome in.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Son of a bitch. Amy Joe. Oh my God, hooray! Hi, Catherine.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Well, I'm doing all right.
Oh, bro.
Doing all right.
This guy stinks.
I will not quit playing with my D, and I do not stink. I have not once stunk.
Get your hand off my face.
That's your hand. The chaos is here. I'm going through changes in my life. Welcome in, Amy. Welcome in. Get on in, y'all. Get on in, y'all. I was lurking. I was lurking. Meow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Today is portrait day on this episode of I'm Painting Badly. Sounds good, Amy. Enjoy those perverts. Thank you for the raid. If you want to post your links, please do. Yo, right. Hold on. Just getting situated. Amy loves those perverts, and you know, every time Amy goes there, there seems to be more. There seems to be more. Alright. I need gloves. We need gloves. Oh, I need some more paper towels, huh? I need some more paper towels. All right, let me go grab some paper towels. All right, we got our paper towels. Shit. All right. So, how is everybody? How are those local sports teams? How are those local sports teams, everybody? Hi, Rosita McCoy. Welcome in. How are you, Rosita? Rosita. I'm going through changes in my life. All right. All right, now we get our paint out. Could be an opportunity to use some colors I need to use up. I'm gonna use up that yellow. Red, red, blue, blue, yellow, white, white. Yep. I could use some of that to use it up. I got a big old tube. Hi, Monica. All right, good. I can finally start. I could bring out some of this raw umber. Let's see. I might as well use it like filler. How are you today, Monica? Monica. How you doing, Emmanuel? Oh, happy Monday, everybody. Took a nap, having coffee. You? I'm good. Have a coffee. Did some other stuff. I paid for my entry fee into the art fair, so I'm officially registered for 2. Waiting on the wait list on the others. Just working on all like the stuff I want to bring to said art fair. So everyone, buy your plane tickets now. Buy your plane tickets now. Right? Attendance is mandatory for everyone here. For both of them. They're on different months too, so you're gonna have to buy multiple plane tickets. All right. Attendance is mandatory. Do, 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 do. Oh, fuck. Don't need a lot of blue for this one, but blue nonetheless will be used. Little phthalo. Little phthalo. Lil phthalo. So I got burnt umber here, but I also have this old raw umber that I need to use up, so I'm just going to put some on the palette as well. So I'll go a little bit easy on the burnt umber, but use these colors that I need to use up. Yeah, fuck. This was raw umber greenish. Raw umber greenish, everybody. Or I think it was called Italian umber. It's very it's a more desaturated, less red, higher manganese content relative to burnt umber, and then it's not burnt, which is basically applying heat to raw umber that turns it into burnt umber. I believe the iron changes states and then creates a higher hematite content that gives it that red color. Yeah, right? Okay. Oil. We'll bring out the oleo gel later. So this is just linseed oil and some stand oil, everybody. I should probably, though, mix a little stand oil into the raw umber. And the phthalo. Alright. That's a little bit too much. So I'll take some of that from the phthalo. Okay. So we add stand oil. Helps with the glossiness. It does help with flow. It'll even out brush strokes, but it makes the film a lot more flexible, everybody. And for certain pigments, it is a real necessity. For umbers, several black pigments, usually smaller pigments, it helps a lot. Okay. All right, so the colors we have out for today is as follows. We have titanium white, lead white. This is cadmium yellow or bismuth yellow. It's not the lemon yellow. Like I said, I'm trying to use up some colors in my box that I no longer need. Pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, and then this is the raw umber greenish or Italian umber, I believe, from Natural Pigments. I bought it as a test pigment. I have a big old tube of it that I made for myself that I'm just going to start using up. So it's just a desaturated burnt umber, so something I don't need on my palette at all regularly, but once again, using it up. Any questions? Good, no questions. How you doing, Amizu? Everybody have their Vietnamese coffees? All right. So we're doing this portrait of Rikishi, sumo wrestler, Takayasu. And we're going to do a couple... we're going to do one thing different normally. Question. Can you fucking start already? Give me a goddamn break, Monica. Damn it. It's only been 16 minutes. God damn it. I gotta get brushes out. It's not a question. Well, actually, it is a question. I'm going through changes in my life. All right. So, there's one thing we're going to be doing differently than I have been in my last few portraits. And this brush will be fine for that. Okay. So, I'm just going to pick the medium value, the mid-tone, probably slightly on the darker side. And we're just going to cover up all the skin area. And then we're going to start laying in the dark shapes on top of that. To locate the eyes, the brow, the nose, the mouth, and the neck. And we'll go from there. Alright, good. So take some of our umbers. Good amount of our yellow. Some oil. I also got to keep in mind that I usually go too saturated specifically into reds. When I do this part, so I'm gonna actively try and make keep an eye on that red balance. We're gonna add some lead white, especially for foundational layers. A little bit more red. Maybe a little bit more white. Now, almost all skin tones under like unbiased light is gonna be orange in some capacity. But part of that key is kind of to vary up your levels of saturation. This could work for the Zorn palette, but there are some areas that I'd like to be aggressive on. Okay. This should be good. With regards to greens specifically, I see some area opportunities for greens. So, we're going to... How dark? Maybe a little dark. Maybe I should have started off lower on that. Come back in with our whites. A little bit more red and yellow. Oh my god, you're just here to ruin my day. A little bit more yellow. Listen, I don't like using the Zorn palette, but that doesn't mean other people cannot, don't have to dislike it as well. Just because you are in love with the Zorn palette day than I ruined orgasm. That's true. I do not love the Zorn palette, Maddie. Hi, Yambari. Lil Thalo is my favorite rapper persona. Yep. Well, that is the name I rap under, Lil Thalo. So like I said, I'm just covering all the areas that would be skin. This is not about layers. This is just about kind of getting coverage and a kind of a reference contrast. But we're just spreading around willy-nilly. Doing all right, yeah. Just starting to realize I'm getting busy. I gotta get my tax information together. I have some work I need to get done. Getting ready for these festivals. So I officially signed up for the 2 that I was invited to. And then I'm on the wait list of the others, but shit's expensive though. Yeah, so buy your plane tickets now, everybody. This isn't Jonathan Joestar from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Nope, this is Takayasu, aka Papayasu. It's a very good sumo wrestler, Rikishi. Oh yeah, they're both outdoors. One is a art fair and food event in Evanston, Illinois. And the other one is just an art fair in Wisconsin. Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, just north of Milwaukee. Okay. All right, so now let's go for the darker shades and get some location going while staying. I want to avoid leaning into saturation. Then I just put a bunch of red on there. But I want to avoid leaning into saturation too much. So I leave the options of altering my saturation later. Hopefully you make a bunch of sales to get your money back and then some. I hope so. But you know, it's also about building like kind of a following, Monica. I'm gonna be selling my paint. I'm gonna be advertising the stream. So like, you know, the goal is to sell obviously as many paintings as possible. Hopefully I'll get at least a painting sale, but sell a good amount of paint. And hopefully generate some reoccurring sales with that too. So now let's get the brow ridge shape. Does he? No, he's up he's part Filipino, Mizu. No, that's some of the things I have to make. I have to make a sign. I'm going to make a sign advertising my links, and then I'm going to have a business card with my links on there, Monica. I'm also going to be printing out photos of my paintings, so there's a book that can show the paintings that aren't there, and I can, you know, maybe tell that they're on Etsy or for sale, blah blah blah. I also got to figure out if I'm going to do a full commission or how I'm going to state commission pricing if people want commissions. That's the other thing. Like, you know, people do menus. I don't know if I want to go a fully detailed menu or just charge per square inch. Square inch pricing usually is like might be a scarier price for people, especially if they don't know how to calculate it. But yeah, that's like some of the shit I'm like kind of becoming busy with also. Yeah. Or some type of like card I put out in front, right? It says, you know, what separates my paints. That's a good idea to have. Flat rates are better unless you are dealing with people who have crazy. Well, all the areas my fairs are in are big money areas. But I also paint weird shit, so that might not be necessarily correlate to big money areas, but who knows? Yeah. That's true, that watercolor ad would sell. Would do a lot of sales there. Do you mean the greatest commercial of all time, Monica? My watercolor commercial? In my love. Wait, what is your first event? I wandered away for a bit. The first one I'm officially sign up for is in July, but I'm waitlisted at one that I should get into that's in May, Sashi. It looks like I'll be going to one in May, July, August, and 2 in September in back-to-back weeks. Or it's 2 in August on back-to-back weeks and 1 in September. That's what it is. May, July, if I go to all the ones that I've been waitlisted at, or if I get there's one that I won't hear back on to whether I'm even waitlisted until April, which is the biggest one I applied to. It's in Naperville, Illinois, which is an extremely wealthy area. But it's like a humongous art fair. But the first real one that I believe I'll be at will be in Barrington, Illinois in May. That is true, Omizu. Yep. Well, I hope it goes well. I hope I, you know, can at least like get some people who buy paint and, you know, maybe get some reoccurring paint sales from that. Art in the Barn? No, not that one. It's just the Barrington Art Fair. Barrington Art Fair is the one in Barrington. It's an outdoor one, like in the middle of their downtown. You could have your art up in a barn. Yeah, well, there's like they have a couple things. They have a plein air festival too in Barrington. Okay. Let's start getting the brighter midtones up there. That brush is too small. There we go. Probably too red already. I gotta be careful. I go too hard into reds with faces a lot. So we make it less red by adding some more green. But there's a lot of ways you can go wrong with this, but probably need to be a little bit brighter than this. Maybe a little bit. I might be going too much into yellow now that I'm thinking about it. Thought about how you're going to package and display your art supplies in the fair. I think I'm going to pre-package the sets of paint, Sashi, and then maybe have like the individual like, you know, and so that will also display the individual colors that I'll carry. I'm not going to bring lead white though, because I think people will be weirded out by that. But I think I'm going to bring my main set of 5, yellow ochre, ivory black, lamp black, and probably pyrrole orange or another pyrrole, 2 different pyrroles. But I'm still going to advertise my online site for them. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, like that's probably the better way to go. The problem I have, Mud, is that, you know, I'm not an LLC, and I might not have the exact like labeling needed for Illinois, so that's the only thing that concerns me. That's what I can, because I still have a warning label on there, Mud, but I don't want to go like, you know, it just, I could probably just base it off of like one that exists, but then I'm still like impersonating a company, you know? Son of a bitch! Green bastard. Possible rain. Yeah, I have a tent. We have to have a tent at these fairs, so I already have it. A 10 by 10 foot white tent, so. But I'll probably bring extra umbrellas, or, you know, all the paintings are going to be under the tent, but might need to have something to protect it in case like the rain's real bad.
Tonight, you.
Yeah. Thought I heard something. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's the thing with lead. I don't want people to be like, I don't know. Point being is, it's something I got to be careful with, like with people I don't necessarily know, I think. But it will still be on my site, you know, so it's like if I talk with somebody who I'm like, oh, well, if you're looking for lead white, I sell it here online, or I do have it in the car, and, you know, right, do it that way. But it's just like right now the work is starting to be like, okay, I need to get ahead of some of these things. Plus my parents are like, you know, they're like excited for it too, but like they're also like kind of like giving me their full perspective on everything, and then like, you know, working through some of those, like, I'd say disagreements. Oh, interesting. I did see like that, like they had a warning that like we had to provide our own insurance. Might need to bring the lips up a little bit more. Some ask for it, some don't. Mine does. Yeah. I do think it's a little bit more important for, like, you can have so many more, like, the ways of catastrophic accidents are so much higher for your stuff than I think mine, but yeah. But there are still obviously risks for paintings. The nose is too long again. I did it again. Nose is too long. I think I'm better at seeing whether the nose is too... Oh, did Anthony cancel? I thought he canceled yesterday. Hmm. Everything all right with Anthony? His internet is down? Oh, gotcha. I got like we've had like crazy wind by me, so I wonder if it's something related to the weather. I mean, he's not that close to me, but well, you could do this. You can emasculate me and embarrass me by doing this one, Monica. And I'll cry myself to sleep, obviously. Have you already, Maddie? Illinois is pretty good with not losing power, it seems, because it doesn't happen often to me, and it's been windy like a son of a bitch last. Don't forget red pilled. Don't forget red pilled. And that's true, Monica. Let's get these brighter values in a little bit. Lean more into yellow. Good, thank you, Monica. Thank you for clearing up your the correct information. Oh, fuck. In my life. Ooh. Hi, Odorous. Supersonic racing. I prefer the Fist of the North Star song, though. You a shot. It is. Because that's usually when I start putting on the volume on Midnight Sumo, is in Division 2 when those guys come up. And then those songs get stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Might be a little... That's too much into the yellow. A little bit. Let's change tracks a little bit. I have to say, doing that whole color at the start has made this feel a lot more comfortable. The mouth is still fucked up, but who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Oh, by the way, Mud, and Odorous, I learned a lot of fun facts about Takayasu. Part Filipino, his mom is adorable and has like all of her Instagram posts are about Takayasu, like still calling her a big boy. It's fucking great. Yeah. I just learned about that. I didn't know he was part Filipino. It's so cute. She's so fucking proud. I gotta get that where that mouth is. He's got one, I believe. I think he's got like a 7-year-old, something like that. But he's got this, you know, his beautiful, like his beautiful, cute wife, but she's like, you know, a third of his size. He's also very cute with babies. Yeah, she's a singer too, and like so yeah. In his facts mud, where they always talk about his favorite music is is his wife's. There's a few sumos who've done that, Mud. Have you seen that? Like, Midi has done that a few times where he played that. There's like a ex-Yokozuna. Oh, he's a daughter Anderson. Oh, awesome. Good for him. He has the dad look down to a T. Maybe it's just the hair. The son born in August. Oh, wow. Okay. Frankly, I think he should have like 10 kids. I think he could handle 10 kids. Normally, I don't recommend that, but for some reason, he seems like a 10-kid guy. Takayasu and his baby bears. Above the eye. Comes up right here. Do 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 do. I am Augustus. I've done 4 before. I've done 4 sumos before. Nope. Sumo's awesome, Augustus. They're awesome. We've been Mudworks has gotten me legally addicted to sumo wrestling. Mudworks is legally liable for my addiction to sumo wrestling, according to the courts, at least. And since November, I've been very into it. So Mudworks is legally liable for any accidents associated with me watching sumo wrestling. Yep. She's got to do that as well. And a daily stipend, Odorous. That is a drawback. Like a combat sports, there is a lot of injuries, and I do have concerns over CTE. On Heated Rivalry. Yeah, Mud's liable for a lot of stuff. Mud is financially and legally liable for a lot of stuff here. Well, no, we're just going to take the house, Yambari. We're going to take the house. Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to own Mud and Salt's house. Mud knew what she was doing. Mud knew what she was doing when she got me hooked onto another sport. This is Takayasu. Takayasu, Augustus. For that armadillo pottery jar? Yeah, maybe. No, we're not saying you're being slandered. We're saying is that you're legally and financially liable for my new sumo addiction. All right? I'm on A&E's intervention for my sumo addiction. And, you know, since you're legally and financially liable, we're coming for the house. We might, Monica. You can be my parts, Nicholas. I'm sorry, but somebody has to take responsible for my actions. Somebody needs to take responsibility for my actions, and it's not going to be me. I do. I would really like to, Odorous. I would really like to. And once I have, it's just a money thing. I have one trip that I have to do before all others, but up until that point. Yeah, see, Monica, you get it. And Mud, you better watch out. I have Johnny Cochran's grandson as my lawyer. I have Johnny Cochran's grandson. Lena Haba, good. Mud, you should start listening to Be Prepared from The Lion King now. Be prepared. Mud, I would start listening to that song now. No, I don't think you have to play dirty because they're all professional athletes. It's just very It's just a very competitive sport, though, so it's like, it's very unforgiving. Very unforgiving. Bum 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 bum. Be prepared. Is it the average age they die? I haven't seen anything like that. I'm just talking about like how long their careers last. I would argue that sumo's safer than professional hockey, professional football. I think there's an argument for soccer as well. Yeah, generally, Monica, because you're seeing so much white. You're who are you disagreeing with, Mud? Me or Augustus? Me? So, I think the head injuries, because of how much they take, is much, like, I would suspect, speculation, that football and hockey are significantly worse. There is also strong CT links to soccer because of, but that might be less, but I think the amount that they do, I don't think there's any sport that even remotely though compares to NFL. Yeah, but like in football, it's like they estimate it's a car crash like every play. You think so, Mun? Has there been any big has there been any like big profile like suicides or anything like that? Or I mean, like, you know, obviously like dementia rates too. I think the head injury less was, even though sumos get slapped and shit, I don't think the maybe for like the top tiers, maybe like Division 1 specifically, and specific wrestlers who like in certain ways that they wrestle. Oh, why are you blaming me? I saw a clip a couple of days ago about CT and rugby, specifically that there was... Yeah, no, rugby is not safer than American football. I saw studies like that with regards to soccer too, Mud. But I agree with you, rugby is not safer than football. Okay. Alright. And now we're talking... Mud, I'm coming for that house because Mudworks is legally liable for my addiction to sumo. And you're, you know, you all have to pay for it. You're legally and financially liable for that. That's not me, that's you. For my addiction to sumo. Why was that, Salt? Weather? There's a lot of wind in like the Midwest for now, but Fire news said chemicals. Really interesting, Salt. Good point, Monica. Good point. I've never really liked UFC. Or like those like really hard combat sports, but I do like wrestling, which I don't consider to be a combat sport, because if you like there is nothing in wrestling that is allowed that like allows you to fucking hurt somebody or ruin their life. I am having crazy wind right now, Shasta. Hi, Pickles. Please overnight me some meatballs. Maybe miss some sumo. Yeah. A lot of the guys that wrestle lose their weight pretty quickly. Yeah, I actually don't. I wouldn't be surprised if like heart disease, especially because their diets, like Japanese diets, and plus those guys are working out so much. Like, I'd be surprised if it wasn't that bad with regards to. Obviously, there are some that will be, but nice. I made a bunch of beans yesterday, so I made homemade tortilla chips though, which turned out pretty good. Everybody, homemade tortilla chips are super easy and cheap. Homemade tortilla chips, highly recommend. They take like 2 minutes. They work out a lot, yeah. Like, you know, Mud, you've seen those like sumos who lost like 200 pounds. Sad looking Papa. He does look sad right now, doesn't he? The nose is really bad right now. And this is angled out a little bit.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
You stink! See, now is when I get to start leaning into, this might be too dark still. Do you know who Basruten is? I do not, Augustus. I've heard of that name, though. Where have I heard that name before? Basruten? We are painting a Rikishi by the name of Takayasu. Or better known as Papayasu. He's a legendary character, very funny. But he was a legendary fighter. No, Rikishi is the Japanese name. Like, it's the proper title for wrestlers in the, like the professional sumo wrestlers. So every one of them is a Rikishi. Funnily enough, as far as I'm aware, the Rikishi from W never sumo wrestled. Yeah, I think he was just a Samoan guy. I wouldn't doubt that, Mud. I heard some people love him and some people hate him, though. I've heard some mixed things about him, coincidentally. That's true. But I'm not a professional wrestling boy. I used to wrestle back in for a long time. Does Yasu mean roach in Japanese? I don't think it does, Omizu. So I follow like Olympic wrestling and shit like that to a certain extent, or I'll watch like the college national championships. And also, coincidentally, in the Midwest, like the Midwest United States has like really good wrestling. Y'all know where else wrestling is like the most popular in the world? Do y'all know what other countries really are into wrestling? Yeah, it's like those countries like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Iran, like Central Asia, wrestling is huge. Like Mongolia, Russia. But for Olympic wrestling, like all the stands are huge into it. Yeah, Iran has particularly been good for Olympic wrestling too. Russia is like back and forth on it. Russia's had some of the best wrestlers of all time, though. Muslim Russians, yeah. Well, some not just Muslim Russians, but yes, there's a heavier focus in like Chechnya region of Russia. But like one of the best Olympic wrestlers of all time was a Russian. It's a guy Rulon Gardner beat in his last match. And that guy was just a monster. Yeah. Well, you know that like that competitive show that was just on recently where everybody loved the Mongolian teams. I saw a lot of clips of that and how like Mongolian style wrestling, and there's so many similarities to sumo in that. Yep. Yeah, I think it's more linked to judo, Faizan, than like kind of like the like, you know, sumo. But sumo employs a lot of judo as well. Wasn't the Iron Sheik arena? He might have been. You know, I just don't know. Yeah. Well, so, Mud, you know how there's like Greco-Roman wrestling? Greco-Roman wrestling is very similar to judo and the Mongolian style of wrestling. So Greco-Roman is where you can't like use your legs for it. It's only arms, so like throws and shit like that. But then freestyle involves like the leg moves and shit like that. And then the one that you see in high schools and college in America is called it used to be called folk style. At least when I was there, but there's been some changing names for it in like recent history. So like, you know, the colleges in the United States don't do freestyle or Greco-Roman. They do folk style, which is the same as the high schools. But not, you don't see folk style in the Olympics, interestingly enough. Saphiral. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. Those guys are assassins. Freestyle is probably the best representation of like an all-around wrestler. But people just get like the club scene, club wrestling for younger kids in America usually has you focus on one, or a lot of those guys just focus on one. Greco-Roman doesn't seem to really be a thing, even for younger kids though, until Olympic training. Everything with the jiu-jitsu. I wouldn't say they messed up everything, but they created like the best mixed like martial arts discipline. I mean, but it's not real. It's not. It's a performance, Phaizen. It's not. It's not like an actual fighting style. You already seen the funny video about. Well, like I said, I knew somebody briefly who was into capoeira, and it's more akin to like break dancing, using a breakdance move to fight. If you were to try that, and you would not have fun. Maybe if you're a square. Okay, well, Mud, I'll tell you this. If you met the person I did who was into capoeira, I don't think you'd be saying that. I'm just saying. Well, that's what I'm saying is, like I said, it's not really like a fighting style. It's a performance more than anything. Because you can't use it in any fight. Your sweet dance moves, true. I want to see a Sumo Cube doing some kabukiera fun. That would be fun. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good way of putting it. I think is the face too tall? It's definitely not round enough. Sumo dance. Are you not convinced it's too tall, Mud? The eyes aren't good either, so. So I see, Mud, what I'm seeing right now is this chin angle still needs to be a little bit more. And then this part needs to come out this way. Here, let me just do it, and then like this I think needs to come out to here. And maybe the ear, like, because it's like behind, there's like a little. No, well, the left eye, yeah, the left one is too big, and I think it needs to come up a little bit. Like, I think, so it's like when I see this shadow here, but this comes sharper like that. And then I gotta bring up the brights. So like this. That angle is sharper. Like that. On the right, the distance, yeah. This... Oh, are you up to date, Mud, on day 6? Yeah, Aonishiki, Oho is Aonishiki's... I mean, the joke was happening all the time where Oho just, like, always beats the Senyaku. Takanosho lost, Papayasu lost. So there's a bunch of one-loss people, but I don't think Aonishiki's not he's not winning the close ones. I think he's extremely nervous too, unfortunately. Losing to Yoshino Fuji too was a little bit, I think, difficult for him. My baby boy. Yeah. I mean, he clearly has the juice. I just think he's just facing pressure he's never seen before. Like, I love Koto Zakura, but I don't think he has the juice. But, like, Aonishiki also probably has to gain about another 20 pounds to be, like, to be able to handle some of these guys better. Since he's not a hard, like, he doesn't do a hard Tachi-ai. But if he's learning from Hosh, who always shocks me with how good his Tachi-ais are. Hosh is looking so... Hosh is a fucking freak. Because when he dominated... Now, he dominated Onosato last tournament. But Onosato was figuring out how to do that shit with his shoulder. But now he, like... I don't know. I think he re-injured it again. But, like... He handles big guys so well for his size. It always surprises me. How good he is against, like... The heavy guys, you know? Because I always think he should struggle with that, but he doesn't. Like against like guys like Onosato or Tommy Fuji or, you know. Yeah. I know. I'm struggling with this eye, Shasta. I think this is part of it. It's like it's coming. Bump, ba-da-dum, bump, and then this, bro. So this comes down more on this side. Thank you, Uramcetic. Welcome in. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let me know. We just started this like an hour and a half ago. So we're an hour and a half in. I think I need to brighten this up on the left here. This background a smidge. Also, I can move the oleo gel. Because there's like a little, yeah, a little like go in right there, and then it comes out with his cheeks a little bit. And then I gotta clean up that part of the skin. This eye's still fucked. Kinda gotta pee, so we're gonna fix this edge, and then we're all gonna take a pee and poo break. Alright, every one of us. Oh, fuck. Cut into it a bit. I think this... yeah, I see. Okay. We're in tiny adjustment period. There we go. This needs to come up a little bit. Fuck. Wrong brush. Monica, you have a rest well. Have a good night. Nini. I think the nose is too big. All right, let's take a piss. Let's all take our pee and poop, our government mandated pee and poop breaks. Our government mandated pee and poop breaks. Let's do that now. Let's close that up too. Get pissed on. Oh my god, Mud. You did that. You said that. In this Christian stream.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Right in my plums. All right. All right. All right. I'm going to run ads. We'll see you all in about 5 minutes. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. It's happened, everybody. We've done it. I can't believe we've actually done it. Welcome back, everybody. I hope your government-mandated pissing and shitting was good. Government-mandated. I need some oleo gel. Yeah, right. Keep on getting messages. Messages. Yeah, right. God damn it. I'm a mess. I'm a mess, I tells you. Dropping shit. my god! Am I still knocking this? Am I knocking this shit? I am knocking this shit. Am I in focus too? I keep on going into yellow on this one when I think I should be going into like desaturated reds more so, or desaturated oranges. So I gotta keep that in mind here. Oh yeah, I should fix this nose. Why is that dark? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gotta fix this nose now. This is probably the most annoying part of portraits, is like when your little shit is off. But I like where I'm at color-wise on a lot of this shit. And I think the nose is too low, like that stem obviously is like too low. And then this needs to come up higher. It's not the mix I want. Yeah, now I'm seeing why I didn't like this pigment. Again. That comes down lower. Yeah, there's just the... It's working out the eyes, nose, and mouth still. I think my eye, I mean, some of these eyes are, parts of the eye are just too large. Like that eye is too tall now, I think. But balancing out a lot of lower values, that eye might move right a little bit. Boo doo boo boo doo boo doo doo boo boo doo boo. Boo 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 boo. Grab a little bit more coffee. So everybody, how are those local sports sumos? How are they, everybody? Obviously. Mud, are you rooting for anybody specific in this tourney? Yamanobi is wrestling today. What division is he in? Ichi Yamamoto, yeah. I love how he's a fanboy of Waka Takakage. And I think technically he's very sound. He's just not a very intense wrestler. I think he's like physically needs to be like stronger to really like kind of get up there. Oh, I love that the baby in, I think it's Division 2. I like him a lot. I like him a lot. I think he's the 19-year-old who's debuting in like Division 2. I am usually partial to a lot of the young guys. Yeah. I basically start watching like not I don't always listen to sound on Division 2, but that's when I usually start. Or I'll keep an eye out for the guys I'm like aware of. You are sure. Do, 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 do. No, not his day today. That eye's gotten too tall again. He's the really he's the older guy, right? Mori? Who's in what? Division 5, I think? You think he's in 6? So this eye, like, comes down again. I'm getting kind of the outline. Is where I'm having trouble getting this down. It probably makes sense that he's in 6. He's not really like... I appreciate his moxie, but he's, you know... not, you know, very good. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Joe, how you doing, bud? Nice to see you. How are the babies? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I bet, Joe. I hope you're getting enough sleep. I hope you're getting enough sleep. But you're probably not. But I hope they're happy and healthy. That is always the hope, true. Joe, if you like sumo, by the way, happy, healthy, and crazy good. Good combo. There's sumo on Twitch, Midnight Sumo. I've gotten into sumo recently, Joe, and I realized that our family bloodline was probably meant for sumo. All right, just observationally. Oh, you're no need to apologize, Joe. You have the best excuse you can have. These eyes. These eyes are a pain in my assholes. Awesome, man. Glad to hear. Are you going to be in town anytime soon? Now I see stuff. Mother! Son of a bitch! Amanda, how was your... I was lurking you yesterday. How are you liking Fatal Frame? Yeah. Hope in July? Okay. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, because well, coincidentally, I might be having an art fair in July, Joe. That one might be in Evanston. I'm going to art fairs this year to like sell shit. So definitely maybe meet up or something. I forget which one I have in July. I'm doing one in Wisconsin, north of Milwaukee, Evanston, Highland Park, Barrington, and possibly Naperville. The Evanston one's cool because it's like an art festival and food festival. Yeah. Ooh, that's alright. That sucks, Amanda. Exactly. Well, it's like, yeah, because I didn't know Evanston had this, Joe. It's called like the Food and Fork Festival, or it's like the Art and Fork or Fork and Art Festival. So they have like 200 to 250 booths, and like half are art, half are just food. So Is it just kind of tough to get going, Amanda, on it? Yeah. I didn't even know, Joe. And then the big art festival, like the biggest one in Chicago, is actually in Naperville, well, in the Chicagoland area. I applied to that one. I won't find out until April if I get into it, but if I do get into it, I'm doing that one as well. It's like the stuff that what made the game what it was prior to that changed, and now it's like it just can't help but feel really different. Well, thank you, Amanda. Let's see. I wonder if I go like that. That could be an interesting direction to take this. Thanks, man. Trying to get this mouth sorted out a little bit. think I gotta go more into green for some of these shadows. But they gotta be desaturated. More into the yellow side than blue, but still blue. That was too much. Too much. There we go. Not dark enough, I think. Methinks. You hear about the two festivals? I will. I mean, as long as, you know, they don't kick me out the moment they hear. But I'm sure it'll be fine, Joe. For anybody who doesn't know, JPRZ is my cousin. My cousin Joe. Wait a second, we know Joe. One of my million cousins, yes. He was the one closest in age to me, actually. Or one of the two closest in age to me. Favorite and best looking cousin, true. And one of the best water polo players I know. Yeah, see? The family. Well, because they couldn't play football, Mud. And they were all swimmers. But Joe, didn't you win, like, Illinois Player of the Year, like, twice in high school? Yeah, Joe, no joke, Mud. Like, Joe was one of, like, the better players in the country. And then he played D1 at Iona. Go Gales. Is that what they're... It's like a referencing a storm, right? Well, Mud, you know, coincidentally, so Joe is one of 6 boys, and one of his older brothers was also extremely good at water polo. And I remember a local newspaper article about him talking about how he'd like punch people in the balls under the water. Oh, Celtic Warriors? Okay. Oh, yeah. The old Gale? Do the Iona mascot? I'll have to look into that one. Use a pipe and stick. I'll text you. Yeah, please do. Oh, you got a rugby guy too? All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. All right, so now, Mud, how do these, or anybody who wants to, how do these eyes feel to y'all? I feel like the eyes are in a decent spot. Eyes and nose. The lips still seem a little bit off to me. I need some bigger color marks in certain areas where I think I need to lean into color, more saturation now. Now's the time where painting desaturated will pay off. All right, Arthur. Welcome in, bud. Ooh, all right, Amanda. All right. Way to emasculate Philip Dent. Good job emasculating. Good job. So that comes up. I need to interject some, I think, colder reds. Less yellow as I go farther down. But then I think I need to go green. I want to go green around these eyes. You think mine look a little close together? See, I was kind of thinking this eye is a little too far to the right, if anything. More open. Interesting. Oh, like open widthwise. I see that now. The angle is off. Like the angle up here needs to come up a little bit. Or this needs to come down here, and then this section needs to come up. Okay. See, this needs to, like, the brighter part needs to come closer. Less farther down here. But let me reintroduce the bright mark here. This might be a little bit of an interesting mark, but let's see. This bright mark came out too far that way. There we go. But then there's this. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's do that eye change now, I guess. So, needs to be more open, but it needs to come down a little bit farther down on that side. Left eye good, and agree with bright mark on the right. That looks better. Yeah. Now let's open this eye a tad more. Go a little bit lower here. Nope, no paint was coming off on that. Like that does seem better. I think I gotta make, though, a... So, like, the eye shadow carries on a little bit into the, like... here. There we go. I also think that brow comes down a little bit more than it does. I think this brow is too high here. Like that. This brow over here is probably too high as well. He's got a little bit, you know, this comes down the center a little bit more than it does. Maybe that eye... Alright, we'll see if this mark looks okay. We could bring the... There's like a... I gotta cover this shadow that like... is like the eye socket. That comes... Okay. Just text you, take a look at... Well, I got my phone right here, so I'll take a look. Nice talk with you, Joe. Hope, like I said, hope everything is going well. And yeah, we'll talk soon. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, this rugby guy's great. All right, I might have to dress up a skeleton like this, everybody. I might have to dress up a skeleton like this. Focus. That would be good. I got the rugby shorts. They might be a little large for the skeleton, though. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll put them in jean shorts. Big bones, yeah. Have a good one, Joe. Be well, bud. Let's get that. I need to get some of these brights in here. God, portraits go so much better when you stay desaturated. Ugh. God, does it go so much better. Jesus Christ. I could do so much more with my color if since I like resisted going too hard into the reds, everybody. Thank you, Mud. So I gotta be careful with... I probably gotta go brighter than I expect to on some of these. The forehead full, like, wrinkles. I gotta be careful. I think a lot of people with, like, forehead folds specifically, or wrinkles, go too dark. Go too dark and they lose a lot of realism. So lean into saturation, not value. And know that you have bright highlights in the region too that will accentuate that difference. Thankfully, his wrinkles are like kind of big. But it's kind of like it's like a test. Because you'll always see that those like really hard transitions of light and dark as more severe than they actually are. So like, don't go nuts with them. Don't go nuts. Do less. And if it's bad, you can always burn it to the ground and disappear. It's always on the table. When you're oil painting, it's always on the table to burn it to the ground. And no one ever sees you again. Always on the table. Combustibles, yeah, exactly. Oh no, they see, Sasha, you get it. Shasta. You're just like, oh no, there was some some combustion. My place burned down because the oil rags. Right? And then you have it's called plausible deniability, everybody. Plausible deniability. All right? Let's everyone say it. Plausible deniability. Good. Good. All right? When the times get tough, get that insurance. Times is tough, yo. Times is tough. Gas is going to be like $6 a gallon. We're crab people now, everybody. We're crab people now. Because we're all going to burn down our homes and claim the insurance. I've been a crab person from birth. Good. So then plausible deniability is not a big deal. But also, everybody, we get a side bonus. Save some of your art pieces from the fire. They become more valuable now. All right? Once again, all you need is plausible deniability. Good, good, good. All right, let's do, let's try and do an aggressive mark. See how this looks. Doesn't look that bad. Alright, next aggressive. B. Aggressive. B-E aggressive. That might be too early for that mark now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. I need to... Okay, there's an area I need to clean up. Let's do that, Mark. If I was zooming in an Uber to try and catch the bus to get home... Jesus Christ. What is this, planes, trains, and automobiles, Mud? What is this, planes, train... Is John Candy with him? I could definitely see him being the Steve Martin in that situation. Maybe in spirit, yeah. John Candy. Oh, does he? There you go, it's fate. Alright, tell him to avoid all widowers. Tell him to avoid all widowers. This is important, Mud. Is speeding for him? That's nice. That's right. Stick it to the man, Uber driver. Tip him well, though. I don't know what's an appropriate mark over there. I think I need to go darker around this transition. So let's do that. And maybe a little bit more yellow and a smidge of green. There we go. That's a good effect. That might need to go in a more desaturated direction. Don't like that. See if that works out. Thank you, Pickles. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. Hey, Todd. Ooh, I would demolish a pie right now. What is tomorrow? Saturday the 14th? Pie day? Oh, yeah, 3.14. $3.14159. That's what I can reliably remember. Okay, so everybody, I'm pretty for sure gonna be ordering a new skeleton. Everybody pay attention. I'm almost for sure ordering a new skeleton. What is the new skeleton's name, everybody? Let's do this. I'm really digging the first name Clarence. I'm really digging the first name Clarence. Supreme Court judge? Oh, god damn it, you're right. Fuck. And a terrible one at that. Well, maybe... Well, hold on. I'm not necessarily opposed to that with a skeleton. Clarence Bonespur? Okay. Alright. Hold on a second. That's not bad. How are we liking Clarence Bonespur? Maybe we just go even more with it, Pickles. Clarence Draft Dodger? You don't dislike it? So Clarence and Ricardo? Or should we... I mean, do we need more female? Do we need more or female presenting props? We have Plasticia. That's about it. Not in a skeleton. You think the skeleton should remain male? Or male names. Or traditionally male names. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? You're ambivalent. Well, see, it's because of what the props are that I'm fine with it being awful people, right? Like Rudy. Ricardo Montalbone isn't referencing anybody bad. Plastici, I mean, it's... I only have Rudy, really, right? Rudy's only the real shithead? Okay. Fuck. All right, what would Clarence Bone Spurs personality traits be, everybody? What is Clarence Bone Spurs into? Ricardo loves his siestas. And he's a Lothario. He made it. Oh, he made it to the bus. Fantastic. Okay, good. Good. Fart fetish. Maybe, or he's into glass bottom boats. Randy Marsh's personality. No, we need an original one. Clarence Ezekiel. Or Jebediah Bonespur. Okay, hold on. Wait. What about that, Pickles? Jebediah Bone Spur? Hold on. What are we thinking of Jebediah Bone Spur? I think I like Jebediah Bone Spur. It's a solid name. I think so. And it's nebulous enough. Alright, so obviously Jebediah Bone Spur is MAGA. Right? With that name? What type of MAGA do we make him? I would say he'd probably be like an MTG or, what's her name? Mace? Is it Nancy Mace or whatever? Or that Mace crazy woman? I think he'd be conspiratorial. Yeah. Well, so I'm thinking conspiratorial pickles. I think conspiratorial for Jebediah. Yeah, it's Jebediah. Jebediah feels right. Yeah, so yeah, do a well, you know, Mud, that okay, you just reminded me of painting I forgot about I wanted to do. Remember the movie Signs, Mud? Where they're sitting in front of a TV? I wanted to do like a skeleton, like maybe yeah, multiple skeletons sitting on a couch, and then you see the old tube television in front of them, but they're like wearing tinfoil hats, right? Kind of like an homage to that. But I need an old, I've been on the lookout for an old TV as well. But dude, carrying one of those things up my fucking stairs would be a nightmare. But I'll do it. I mean, I fucking carried a toilet upstairs for for a prop. Fucking lugged a 100-pound toilet. It's probably 80 pounds. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-boo. You rate. What have we been going for? 3.5. Now we need some more white. We're going to start doing some of these final highlights. That could work, actually. Maybe. I'm a little... $37 minutes. Plenty of time. Okay. So the only thing not the only thing, but one thing I would criticize myself for is a bit trying to be a bit too exacting. Been staring at it for a while. I just figured you're getting your eyes off of mine. Yeah, no, I did take the one break, but okay. All right, let's make our big highlights now for some areas. That's too much. Okay, let's remedy this. Okay, so now let's go over here with this color. Small shape. Smaller shape. Maybe a little bit brighter. I like how that looked a lot. Okay. And there's this. Need to get this. Okay. The whites of the eye might still be too dark now that I'm getting the brights in here. It's kind of a tough mark to do accurately. That probably needs to be... Bring that down a little bit. Okay. All right, now for the pointed highlights. One second. Feel like that's still a little dark. The shape of the right amount, I think it's a little too exaggerated. His right or our right? Because I was just pointing out this. Like that cheek needs to come in a little bit more. All right, okay. Then we got two things that I think I need to do now. Let me do this first. So what's exaggerated about our right? Then down to the right. Yeah, I probably overdid that, didn't I? No, I see it. Yeah, it's just a little. It's just a little. And then like the dark part though needs to come up a little bit. But the lips up here need to come up. Yeah, I see it now. I see another thing here. This does not sit well. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, Pickles. I mean, you know, it's also relevant because we are going to win. We are going to win. Victory is guaranteed. We are a super team. Not you are not great work. The hell are you talking about, homeless weebo? This is terrible. Terrible. Awful. I have no idea what you're talking about, homeless weebo. None whatsoever. Every time I look at that fucking earlobe, it's like, oh, that's... something went wrong there. But thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not a maniac. I'm just a pervert. Homeless Weevo, don't hesitate. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I will answer anything. Anything. You know what, Mod? That might be the most accurate thing anybody's ever said about me at any given time. Okay. All right, I've kept on joking about this, but let's do the, not joking, but say I'm going to be doing this and then I don't for something else. One last mark like I just did again. All right. Now the question is, where do we take the brightest highlights? And I think it needs to go pink.
I said good day!
Hey Richards, how you doing, bud? Oh, I see it. Bird head, body, wing. Oh my god, look at how that works out. I see it. All right. Small, bright marks that make everything piapa. That's too much. That was too much. Okay. We'll fix that one. We do need to clean up a couple of these, though. This one. That looks kind of bizarre. Oh, that cheek is bulging out a little bit. Fucking A. Little bow in his lips. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. I always have problems with that part of the lips. Any Aussies here? You mean Aussies? Or something? Or is there any Ozzy Osbournes in here? Criminals in the stream, true. We have a few New Zealanders that come by, but I don't trust them. Can't even see it. Moo. Chance draws. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. Don't hesitate. I will answer anything and everything. Under oath. Under oath. I won't hesitate to go under oath. I won't. You gotta try and hit that somehow. Painting looks sick. Really see one draw, paint, sumo stuff. Well, I am now a sumo maniac because my moderator, Mudworks, is legally liable for my new sumo addiction. I'm going after their house as reparations. Slander. You did this! You did this! Welcome in, Chance. So yeah, I've done several sumo paintings now. This is my 5th. We've done Aonishiki, Ura, Koto Zakura, Hosho Ryu, and now Takayasu. Yeah, same, because of Mudworks, who is legally and financially liable. If you want to join the class action, you can, Chance. If you want to join the class action, you can. Yeah, Shasa suggested Takayasu. I was originally thinking about doing an Onosato, but I haven't done, Onosato yet. But since he was hurt, I don't know, it didn't feel... You did, Mudworks. You did. And now you have to pay. Now you must pay, Mudworks. That's why I only do one at a time. I have plans for others, but... But if you like oil painting, this is not the channel for you. Wait, no, hold on. It is. It is the channel for you. It is, right? That's what I'm supposed to say, everybody? is I practice this. Come on. In 3-ish minutes? Okay. We gotta let those run. That's too much, I think. Yeah, too much. That was too much there. I could do something with green right here. Why'd I make it so bright? Probably too bright. Maybe. Probably not the direction I want to go with that. Okay. All right. I gotta be careful with this for this hair. I think not to go blue. So I really gotta make this like a neutral gray. I think I'm done with the face mud. I could probably highlight the lips. I probably should highlight the lips again. But let's just... I sense something that you're thinking about. Don't have, if you do, just, you know, let me know. Or if you see something that doesn't look good or right. Nope, genuine? Okay. Then I wasn't, that was sincere on my part. Like, not to say that you think, but you know, that was just like, or implying that you were lying, more so. But maybe I sense hesitancy. So thank you. Yeah. It's hard to detect sarcasm at times. And unfortunately, that was what... that would be me reaping what I sow, Mudworks. That could probably go bluish. Yeah. This might be... God, I'm... Honestly, though, I kind of hate doing sumo hair. Kind of hate doing sumo hair. Well, it's so shiny, so it's hard to, like, get the feel of it with the color, you know? So, like, I struggle with that. And, maybe I need to introduce a little yellow. Spend more time lining up your vertical marks next time. This one, just keep going. What do you mean? On the hair? Odorous is what you're saying? You got disconnected. Are you talking about the hair? Anything you want to point out? Because I don't think, like, positionally I'm... Like, what are you thinking when you say that? Like, what do you... And I'm just asking that because I'm just curious, not because I'm saying it's not. But I'd like to see if there's something... Yeah, the Widow's Peak is too far to the right. I see that one. I do see that now. Oh, wait, is it? Maybe a little bit. You know, I don't know if I would have on the Widow's Peak, but, you know, it's easily... If what you proposed was difficult to fix or didn't bother me, I probably would have... wouldn't have bothered. Fuck. Too much. Good, Odorous. Good. Good. Your check's in the mail. last thing. Just one more thing. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. That was my just one more thing. Interesting. Okay. All right, we're done. Fuck it, we're done. We're done. It's the circle of life. Thank you, bud. Papayasu, aka Takayasu. Requested by Shasta McNasty of the Violent McNasty Gang of Canada. Of Canada. Alright, let's clean up. Didn't waste a lot of paint today. That's good. Yeah, I think I got likeness down. And I'm much happy. So the last two portraits I did, Mud, of Kodo and Hosh specifically, the colors were dog shit. And I didn't hold myself back enough. And I don't like either of those. I really liked the I didn't like the Ura in the moment, but now I like the Ura and I like the Aonishiki. And I made it a point on those to hold back on that saturation. The chips in both my elbows. Good, Shasta. I knew it. I knew it. That you come from a Roadhouse-esque lineage. Clean your day. I'm going to, Drez. Thank you, Pickles. Yeah, I'm happy with this one. It is for sale. It is for sale for $225 and the soul of your firstborn. Just the soul. Oh, how was D&D, Drez? And cheddar jalapeno. You won? Good. So you did a team kill? Oh, the players are cursed. Well, and ask Shas about her her patented throat ripping out technique. Shasta has ripped out the throats of thousands of people. Hi, Sashi. Yeah, you made it just in time for everybody's favorite part of the stream. Throat ripping capabilities. Where you just grab somebody's throat, rip it out. And now everybody's favorite time in the stream. Time to wipe the D. Well, you know, in I believe it was Roadhouse, they actually did a throat rip, Mud. Oh my... I think Patrick Swayze ripped somebody's throat out. Jesus Christ, this is gross. I'm disgusting myself. Yeah, no, so like, you know the movie, what was the Saturday Night Live spoof of MacGyver? MacGruber, he ripped people's throats out in that movie, and that was from, I believe that was making fun of Roadhouse. Oh God, this is sick. Oh God. This seems grosser than usual. Oh. Lordy. I hate this. I hate you. For making me do this. For legally forcing me to do this. Okay. Alright, that's done. Alright, D has been wiped.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. Photos. Okay, got a photo. Alright, photos gonna be in the Discord. Under announcements. Alright. Let's find somebody to raid, huh? I dropped it off yesterday, Odorous. I thought, I guess I was mistaken when we talked about doing it that day of. I'm picking it back up on Monday. Thank you, Sashi. I'm pretty happy with it. The only thing I would say I'm a little disappointed in, there's not a lot of, like, aggressive color usage. But I don't mind the aspect of, like, getting back to, like, hitting like realer colors, especially when it comes from a photo too. So anywho, so thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's perfectly perfectly fine. All right, so it's for Friday the 14th. Who should I gotta raid Sumo, duh. I'm raiding Sumo. Today's a Sumo raid day. When you do a portrait of Takayasu. Find him. There they are. No, wasn't planning on it. I'm gonna watch Sumo, do some work. What are you talking about? It's the 14th. 14th. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. Next painting is Pervert Kevin painting, everybody. So get ready for that. Get ready for Pervert Kevin painting. Happening soon. We might do, like, I think we might do a setup and paint day for that one. Eat some pie tomorrow. Wasn't today? Hold on. I'm confused. Anywho, so thank you all for hanging out. Next stream will be Monday. Next stream will be Monday. And so we might set up pervert painting and start painting it on that day. I gotta figure out the size I want for that one too. And yeah. If anybody needs anything, message me on the Discord. Yeah. Go enjoy some sumo. All right, we'll see everybody soon. We'll see everybody at the quiz tomorrow, whoever's going to be there too. All right, bye everybody.